What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Monday, February 26th, 2024. We're standing at Polderbaan. At the moment, one of two runways being used for departures. We have a lot of wind today, blowing from the northeast. It's actually quite cold to the touch being out here. Temperature is quite low. The wind is quite strong. The southern half of the Netherlands is dealing with rain, the northern half is still dry. The question is, how far north is it going to get? Various sources of information give differing opinions, so let's just see how it works out. Traffic is underway. There are a couple of heavies outbound to the United States, taxiing along the centered runway that is also being used for departures to the north. They should appear pretty soon. Corendon Max 9 in the background taking off. The firefighters already did their round earlier. Before the traffic is coming here, let's have a look, see what it looks like. So, as you can see in the water, there is a lot of wind. Windsock 2 is erect. Viagra is in the air. The wind is coming from this direction. The chimney smoke is blowing towards us. Northeastern wind. If you look to the north, you can see relatively open sky. Dry weather. If you look to the east and more to the south, you see more cloudiness, precipitation falling in the south. If you look at to the clouds, you see they move a little bit from left to right, so I have the impression in terms of precipitation it's not going to be that bad over here. Might be wrong, but then again, over the last weekend we saw that weather radars cannot be trusted. Time will tell. First airplane coming this way is Delta Airlines Flight 57, destination Salt Lake City, A330neo. It's going to be followed by another Delta A330, a regular 300 going to Portland, Oregon. And we also have a triple from United following suit, United Flight 71, coming this way. Going to Newark. And a very good morning to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Kanaal Koerdistan, Dirk, photo for you, Ton, goedemorgen. Julia, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemiddag. FT Project, good morning. Tina, good morning, happy Monday. Marja, goedemorgen. Goedenavond voor jou. Ik pik hem. Goedemorgen. Michael, good morning from Newcastle. Greetings back. Leen, goedemorgen. Planespoiling Amsterdam, goedemorgen. Lena, good morning. Marius, goedemorgen kerel. Gerrit-Jan, goedemorgen. Jinshin, aloha mate. Hope everybody is doing alright. As you guys can hear, I'm still a bit hoarse. But other than that, doing perfectly fine. Parallel departures in progress at the moment. E2 Embraer on its way. Firefighters have already returned to the station. They already did their patrol round as I was setting up here. At the moment K4 is patrolling the perimeter. The triplet of heavies outbound to the United States on their way over here. is complaining that his work production is not benefited by me being out here live streaming. Sorry about that, mate. Oh dear. Right, Delta Airlines Flight 57 A330neo, the first airplane in the foreground here. They're probably all going to depart from the threshold, but you never know, maybe one will take the shortcut. Would be nice. Not the A330neo. It is continuing to the threshold. More traffic coming this way. KLM flight 1545 going to Leeds. KLM flight 1059 to Cardiff. Also a 747 is on the move. Is that an inbound or outbound? Outbound Luxembourg. Oh, that is probably going to take off from the center runway then. Fingers crossed. Maybe it is going to take off from the right runway. Arjun, good morning. Greetings back to India. Evan, good morning, mate. Hope all is well. West Coast representing. Delta Airlines Flight 57, outbound Salt Lake City, Airbus A330neo, brand new. First flight was in April last year. Oh, K4 in a hurry. I already enabled image stabilizer, so if you sometimes see that the footage overshoots or undershoots, that would be why. Crabbing out due to the crosswind, northeastern wind, and low temperatures make it cold to the touch out here. Still, in this part, the sky is relatively open. Wind is blowing, at least on ground level, from the northeast, from this area. And our next airplane to depart is an A330-300, destination Portland, Oregon, Delta Airlines Flight 179. And this airplane a bit older than the previous one. This one's 17 years old. The first flight was in December 2006. Hey Gisela, guten Morgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Geekaboo, good morning. Freddy Dutch, morning. Guten Morgen, good to see you. Herzlich willkommen. Right, up next is United Airlines Flight 71, destination Newark. 777-200 ER, 27 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Years old, this airplane, first flight February 1997. And good morning to Jeffrey and Mrs. Professor and all other viewers who might have joined in the meantime. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. As you can hear, it is quite windy today. Doing the departures from Polderbaan, runway 36 left today, and currently one of the two runways being used for departures, parallel departures in progress. Birds in the water. That's a duck, that's a coot, and no, not a grebe, also a duck by the looks of it. Nice to see that there are birds in the water today, despite the windy conditions. Up next is number 175 from KLM, flight 1545, destination Leeds. The airplane is 7 years old. The first flight was in July 2016. Good morning, Marina. Silvio, good morning. From sunny Algarve. Did you have to say that it was sunny there? Are you trying to make me jealous? So Niels, goedemorgen. June, good morning. Hallo, hallo. Mario, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Berend, goedemorgen. Right, well, if we're going to stay dry here, remains to be seen. The southern half of the Netherlands is currently having rain. The northern half is dry. The rain area supposedly is creeping upwards a little bit until the middle of the Netherlands. So the question is, will it continue going northerly or will it stop? Will it stay dry? We'll see in due course. Rapid climber. What a difference with the heavies, already so high in the sky. And alas, what I feared did come true. The 747 to Luxembourg is taking off from center. And you can also see where the clouds are at the moment. Vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. The traffic coming this way, then Embraer holding short, but there is a 737 first taking off to London Heathrow, flight 1007. Hello chaps. Alrighty, and this is number 175 outbound Bremen, KLM flight 1753. I'm noticing that my left hand is getting cold, fingertips, despite using the hand warmer, so I'm going to resort to switching to the heated glove after this departure probably. The wind is too fierce to keep the fingertips warm enough. Alright, well, in the meantime, Joe, good morning. Peter, good morning. Thomas, good morning. T-Mac, good morning. RDW, good morning. Avasteria, good morning. Catherine, good morning. Matthias, goedemorgen, good morning. Seems that we are going to have a little gap after this departure, so let's follow this as well. KLM flight 987 outbound London City. Alrighty. Right, the waiting game begins again. Gives me time to get a few chores done. First of all, good morning Han, and thank you so much for your continued support. 10 months of membership. Han writes, hi all, great to enjoy the stream with you all. Thank you so much for your continued support, Han. Now, it's the wind that is mostly a factor right now today with the low temperatures. Quickly going to fire up the second glove and then back to the camera controls. Parallel departures at the moment in progress. We'll have to wait a little bit before the next traffic to Polderbaan is coming. There is an A320neo outbound to London Luton from EasyJet coming. Monique, goedemorgen, good morning. In the meantime, a few departures from the center runway. Embraer 190 outbound. Belgrade? No, yeah, Belgrade. And entering the clouds already. Just like with the 747. Cloud base relatively low here today. Also a bit more cloudy now. Oh. That's the disadvantage of using the heated glove. Don't feel the knobs on the camera as well as with bare fingertips with the heated glove, with the hand warmer. It's getting a bit more cloudy now, also to the north. So the question is it going to stay dry or not? For the time being, I think we're good. We're good here, but for how long remains to be seen. Meanwhile, E2 Embraer taking off from center. KLM flight 1253 outbound Nice, which is nice. The EasyJet A320neo outbound London Luton is in the meantime taxiing towards us. There's also an E2 Embraer going to take off from Polderbaan after the Neo going to Gdansk in Poland, which is interesting. Gdansk in Poland lies to the east, so why is the E2 coming this way? Is that indicative of closure, impending closure of the center runway? Ordinarily you would think destination to the east, take off from the easternmost runway. Now the EasyJet A320neo will be taking off from the runway threshold. E2 is getting closer. Hey Rick, goedemorgen Mr. Master. Just here to say a quick hi. Oh, you were still able to take the Vijfhuizenweg? Well, you saw the signs. They were warning for a closure due to that festival or something. Happy to see that you were still able to make it then. Right, this is EasyJet flight 22512 outbound London Luton A320neo. 6-year-old airplane, the first flight of which was in November 2017. Good morning JWB, good morning Airlines Capital. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. As you guys can hear, it is quite windy over here. The wind has turned now from northeasterly direction, meaning departures take place to the north. Polderbaan, one of two runways being used right now. Tiger, good morning. Josephine, good morning. Adrie, goedemorgen, good morning. Ahmad, good morning, mate. This is KLM flight 1917 going to Gdansk in Poland, an E2 Embraer 195. 1-year-old, first flight March 2022, so next month, later this week. Happy birthday to this Embraer turning 2. See the airplanes, as soon as they have left the ground, are immediately grabbing into the wind. Crosswind from the right. The airplanes take off to the north. The wind currently is blowing from the northeast. Chimney smoke is blowing directly towards us. Quite a few ripples in the water. Viagra in the air. Erect windsock. More erect windsocks. And an A319 from EasyJet outbound London Luton flight 27839. Austrian registered, the OELKK. 16 years old, first flight February 2008. Hey, good morning Rick, good morning Shirley. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show as well. Now, later in the morning, the exodus of big jets to Canada and the United States and Latin America usually commences. All destinations lying west of the Netherlands, meaning that even with parallel departures in progress, those are likely airplanes to take off from the runway we are standing next to. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. It's going to be a bit more heavy with heavies, so to speak, later in the morning, expectedly. There's another heavy already on its way over here. That would be the 787-10 Dreamliner to Bogota in Colombia. Evert, goedemorgen, good morning. John, good morning. Tuning in from San Fran, where it is 51 Fahrenheit and foggy. Not very unlike here, except not foggy, but the temperature on paper similar, but the wind makes it a bit more chilly. Karsten, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Marcia, goedemorgen. Now, also a massive big thank you to Jeffrey, who just now gifted 5 memberships. If you are one of the recipients of the 5 memberships that Jeffrey just now gifted, don't forget to say thank you to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, thank you so much. Those new members, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Be sure to use the custom emojis at your disposal whenever you see fit. Once again, thank you so much, Jeffrey. And good morning to Jimmy Pirate, and also to John, and also a big thank you to John, who also just now gifted 5 more memberships. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. John, thank you so much for yet 5 more new members to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I'm starting to sound full. I'm going to blow my nose before the Dreamliner is taking off. Terrible weather for people like me. Rick can confirm whenever the ambient air temperature outside is below room temperature, we get runny noses. You guys must be thinking I'm half dead, also sounding a bit hoarse still. I'm actually feeling perfectly fine. It does sound a bit worse than it actually is. Now, also a big thank you to Monique for just becoming a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Welcome to the club. Hope you like it. Hope the seats are to your liking. If something isn't to your liking, do let me know. Thank you for your support and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Monique. This is KLM flight 745, outbound Bogota, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, 3 years old, the first flight December 2020. she goes. Flying Amos Live logo. And you can see just how much lower the 787 is compared with those Embraers. They're like pocket rockets, climbing like mad once they have left the ground, particularly with a little bit of headwind. Gentleman duck and a lady duck over there in the distance. I think they're the only ducks in the water at the moment. Or are they? Hard to see from over here, but I would, if I had to guess, I would say these are coots. Seagull coming this way. Or no, going away from us. Hard to see from over here if the dredging is still continuing, but I do believe I see cranes over there, so, or an excavator I should say. Right, power zoom back to where we are on the south side of the Polderaan, where one more airplane is coming. KLM flight 1199 outbound Stavanger. Embraer 190, also a Shamrock is approaching, and a 737 is climbing out from center Transavia, going to Thessaloniki. Hey, was that the last? Is this airplane landing on? Oh no, that's Air Canada going to 36 right. For a moment I thought it was landing on the center runway, but it isn't. Air Canada flight 808. Thought maybe Polderaan would become the only runway for... Oh! That looked like they were awfully close. Anyway, KLM flight 1199. Outbound Stavanger. Embraer 190, 13 years old. Got Aer Lingus coming in, Shamrock, and another EasyJet. Another big bird in the background. So a very big thank you to Karsten for just becoming a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Karsten. Hope you'll like it in the lounge. Thank you so much for your support and welcome once again. Martijn, goedemorgen. Cargolux B744 fan, Dallas, Australia. Good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Good to see you again. Aer Lingus is coming this way. Outbound Cork, Shamrock, flight 841. This is the money shot. While I'm standing here. A320, 22 years old, first flight February 2001. start, turn and burn, question mark. Yes. Martijn, goedemorgen. And Rick is informing us that lots of traffic is heading to the runway. Would that mean that the other runway is closing? There is a lot of traffic in fact coming here. Look at this. It's getting busy here, folks. Here we go. EasyJet A319, outbound London Gatwick. 15 years old, first flight December 2008. Next up, KLM Flight 1179, Embraer 175, outbound Linköping. 6 years old, first flight January 2018. Grabbing out. Parallel departures still in progress despite the busyness over at Polderwan. Next up, KLM Flight 623, outbound Atlanta, Georgia. It's an Airbus A330-300, 9 years old, first flight October 2014. Other viewers who might have joined in the meantime, you're watching MS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, today being used for departures to the north as runway 36 left. At the moment, parallel departures are taking place. Wind is blowing from the northeast quite fiercely today. As you guys can see in the water, the wind is blowing towards us from this direction. There's Viagra in the air. Nearly erect windsocks and a lot of traffic. More is coming. There's also traffic queued up for the threshold, with one being lined up already. That is Airlines Shamrock Flight 603, outbound Dublin, Ireland. 19-year-old A320, first flight July 2004. I'm also looking to my left to see if the lights are going out, so the KLM 737 is holding short. Here we go, Shamrock, outbound Dublin. So we have a 737-800 outbound to Helsinki, Finland. Holding short here. Lined up right now is another KLM 737. Outbound to Manchester. Flight 1073. 23-year-old airplane. The first flight was in December 2000. Goes. Flight 1167, outbound Helsinki, Finland, 737-800, 23 years old, September 2000, the first flight. Mike, pilot, good morning. Andries, good morning, tuning in all the way from South Africa. Johan, goedemorgen en bedankt voor de aardige woorden. Thank you for the kind words. Hey yo, Panda. Nice name, good morning. No time to waste. Another Embraer 175 already going out to Humberside. KLM flight 1485. There you go, you can see just how high it is already, climbing like a rocket. Seems that K4 has been replaced by K1. I see a VW emblem. No longer a Raptor Ranger. EasyJet A320 outbound Manchester up next, flight 22162. A 12-year-old airplane that had its first flight in May 2011. HDJ Westlijm, goedemorgen. De OV-fiets indeed has been picked up. Johanna, goedemorgen. Liewe, goedemorgen kerel. Fijn dat je er weer bent. Hoop dat alles goed met je gaat. Time for coffee, Adrie says. Such a Dutch thing to say. Koffietijd. Oh no, it was P5. Rick has to work. Signing off. See you on the next one, Rick. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining while it lasted. Right. Time for a Air Baltic, formerly Bombardier C Series, now Airbus A320-300. This one has the destination Riga, flight 618. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in June 2017. Oh man, these are so quiet. No, it was K1. VW. Oh. Little bump in the road. It looked like. Right, big picture wise, looking to the north. This is what it currently looks like. Looking to the west. Looking to the east. Let's see how the clouds are evolving. The Cargolux 747 to Luxembourg already in the clouds by now. So it looks like things are opening up, or the cloud base is going higher. There it is, okay. Right. KLM 737 700. Going to Aberdeen, this one. And good evening, good morning, Peter PDK, Angela, good morning, Leroy, Captain Jerry, good to see you. Captain Jerry is learning Dutch, nog steeds dronken. Awesome. Right, well, KLM flight 601 is coming this way. Outbound LAX A321 Dreamliner, going to be followed by number 190 outbound to Billund. As you guys can see, parallel departures still very much in progress. Lots of E2s taking off from center. This is an Embraer 190 missing out on a lot of Embraers taking off. I know they're all your favorite airplane. Now, dare I say it, I spy with my little eye, I think, the sun. Now, also a big thank you to Marianne for your super sticker. A pair character exaggeratedly stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. Thank you so much for that, Marianne. Nice cup of coffee. Wouldn't say no to that. Did not bring any with me. Do have water with me, luckily. And thank you for the kind words, Johanna. Glad you're liking the pictures. Frank, good morning, goedemorgen, tuning in from Limburg. Long time no see. Hope all is well, good to see you again, mate. Emil is going spotting along the Polderbaan on Thursday. Well, if the weather is favorable, we might meet. That's also the next day in the week that I am available to do live streaming again after having to work tomorrow and on Wednesday. So, and I do believe that the weather outlook is favorable. More sunshine as of tomorrow, in fact. Well, I'm of the opinion seeing is believing, but it's nice that there are more favorable forecasts in the making for the Netherlands. Of course, we're also in March already, so it's about damn time. And so, Lurk, indeed, it is windy. I think that the Embraer 190 to Billund is going to skip ahead of the Dreamliner that is now holding short right of us. Not moving, so I'm thinking this one is going to go first. Yes, this one is moving. Or is it? Oh, K1 is on the tarmac. Everybody is holding short. While K1 is apparently doing an inspection. Still think that the Embraer 190 is going to skip ahead and will take off before KLM Flight 601. Gives me time to quickly blow my nose, sound a bit less full. It's moving. Alrighty, KLM Flight 1343, Embraer 190, destination Billund, 10-year-old airplane, first flight February 2014. crabbing out with the northeastern wind. Does look like visibility has improved a little bit, looking at the crispness of the windmills and all the other things over there, the rest of the factory where the smoke is blowing from. Also a heavy departure from center, and back to KLM flight 601, going out to LAX 787-10 Dreamliner. Tony, good morning. Paul, good morning, mate. Good to see you again. Clemencia, good morning, goedemorgen. All other viewers who have joined, good morning to you too. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Windy AF. There's Viagra in the air. And rain in the southern half of the country. The northern half is expected to stay dry, and the question is, how far up north is the rain going to progress? Various sources give varying forecasts, and I thought, to hell with it, I think it's going to stay dry. You can see Viagra is in the air, the windsock is taut, it is quite windy. I think the exodus of the big jets to the Americas is slowly but surely commencing, with KLM flight 601 just now taking off, and this one, KLM flight 661, going to Houston, being followed by a 737-800 going to Oslo. It's been a while since I did a refresh of the current status quo. Let's have a quick look, shall we? We are standing over here at the beginning of Polderbaan. Let's do a refresh, see what's changed. Nothing has changed, so 36 right is the only runway being used for arrivals. Departures take place from Polderbaan, 36 left and 36 center. METAR, let's also do a refresh. Okay, the gusts are now gone. Let me also copy paste it into the ticker for you guys in a moment. Northeastern wind, 17 knots, 5 above 4, 10 plus kilometers of visibility. We do have a ceiling of 1400 feet, broken clouds at 1400 feet. The air temperature a mere 6 degrees Celsius, so that is 42 degrees Fahrenheit roughly speaking, combined with the wind makes for a big wind chill. Let me update the ticker with the weather after, once there is time for it. This is KLM flight 1143 outbound Oslo 737-800. Good morning, Miss Wolves. Good to see you again. With the exception of my voice still sounding hoarse, I'm doing perfectly fine. Thank you for asking. Hope the same goes for you. Peter, goedemorgen. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Our next airplane waiting to go is the mid-size Dreamliner, the 787-9, outbound Houston, Texas, KLM flight 661. She's 8 years old. Her first flight was in October 2015. morning, goedemorgen. Alexander. And more Peters. Peter Stredak, good morning. Northline, good morning. Anja, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well, Anja. Air Baltic A320 numero 2, number 2, outbound to Tallinn. This one, flight 858. The airplane 5 years old. The first flight was in May 2018. Hey there, Lois, good morning. Right. Lime Air Captain Jerry says that is an app nickname. It's been a while since we last saw one of the special liveries of Air Baltic. One of their flag liveries. Who knows? Not sure if one of the 3 departures today was going to be one. This is number 2. There is still one more expected. Riga Tallinn, so the other one has to be, what was the other capital again? Vilnius. Or are there 4 flights now? They also flew to a place in Finland, if I recall correctly, although I don't know if that is standard or was just a temporary thing. Well, dare I say it looks like it is opening up a little bit, or at least it's not getting more dark, which I suppose is a good thing. Let's see, this is KLM flight 1975 outbound Budapest, A737-800. We have another 737 lined up, ready to go. KLM flight 1127 outbound Copenhagen. Not really a fan of the slow reaction of the camera with image stabilizer enabled. Let's see what happens. How bad is it without? I already switched it on before going live, so I don't have a frame of reference. Maybe it's not too bad without image stabilizer. Usually gives a more direct response. Flight 1533, Embraer 175, outbound Teesside or Darlington. Six-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. It does look a bit more uneven, doesn't it? Wow. Let's just see what happens. You can already see it's much more shaky. Okay, well, back to image stabilizer then. Patrick, goedemorgen. Good morning. Teenage Kicks Berlin, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. George, goedemorgen. Other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, good morning to you all. AMS Live, you're watching, and this is the Polderbaan, currently used as 36 left. Departures to the north, we have northeastern wind blowing. Parallel departures still in progress. This is KLM flight 753 coming this way, a 777-200, destination Quito. A 20-year-old airplane that had its first flight in September 2003. Now Singapore Airlines outbound to Singapore is also on the move. Too bad that it is still parallel departures. Means we're not going to see the A350 up close probably. 777 to Johannesburg is now lined up on runway center. Since we're waiting for this triple to go to the threshold of the Polderbaan, let's see if we can capture the departure. There it is. KLM flight 591, 777-300 ER outbound Johannesburg. Meanwhile, at our own runway, quote unquote, KLM flight 753 outbound Quito, ready to go. Something up with the chat window. Let's see, is it updating? No, it isn't. Is it now? Damn it. see if the chat window is now updating again. Let's see. Oh yeah, I think it is now updating. Yeah, Frank's last message is now both on my laptop screen and on the phone screen. The last message. Cool. Any issue there with the chat window freezing again? Whenever there are longer messages and I have to scroll left or right, the phone app doesn't seem to update anymore. This time around, couldn't resolve it, had to reopen the window again. Issue resolved, and in the meantime, a MAX 8 from TUI is coming this way, going to GRQ Groningen, relocation flight. There's the third Air Baltic. Interestingly, not taking the Polderbaan to take off, but center, and also in the lime livery, aka standard. Now, is this MAX 8 that has its destination so far away going to take the runway threshold to take off, or is it going to come this way? The answer is the latter. Nice. Hello. Right, so MAX 8 from TUI relocation flight to Groningen. This airplane 3 years old. First flight February 2021. Still very much crosswindy. As you guys can see, it is pointing away from us as it is trying to take off in the direction of the runway heading. I'm hearing a big thing spool up. 777 to Cape Town on the center runway. Won't be long before the Singapore Airlines A350 will also take off from the center runway, most likely. Hey there, Donna. Good morning. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Een waterig zonnetje, as you would say in Dutch. A watery sun. In the meantime, coming this way, Vueling A320 outbound Bilbao. And also, I'm receiving a notification from PayPal. Christian, aka Teenage Kicks. Beste Grüße. Thank you so much for your PayPal donation there, Christian. Very much appreciated. Dankeschön. Glad you are enjoying what you're seeing. Alright, there it is. Singapore Airlines, the A350 outbound Singapore. Right, let's see. Hey! United Flight 21 taking the northern threshold by the looks of it, or is it going to cross immediately? If it's going to cross immediately, that might be indicative of a runway change. But it looks like it is on the taxiway to go around the threshold via the north side. In the meantime, Vueling Flight 8355 is preparing itself to take off from Polderbaan, destination Bilbao in the north of Spain. A 5-year-old airplane, first flight March 2018. Yo, what is up, Alvin? The Ultimate also back in the chat. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the show. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. This is departures from Polderbaan. Today, runway 36 left. It's a windy day today. Wind blowing from the northeast. We also have an area of rain over the country, the southern half in fact. And still parallel departures in progress. Although, no, United just crossed the center runway. In fact, we can see it in the distance. So that is indicative of an impending runway change. Not sure how the center runway is going to be used. It is very likely with the closure of runway 0624, the Cargolux, that it is going to be used in a different configuration. Maybe for arrivals. Time will tell. In the meantime, the exodus of big planes to the United States is gradually getting underway. We already saw a couple of airplanes taking off to the Americas. More is coming. This is Delta Airlines Flight 161, outbound Minneapolis, Minnesota, an A330-300, 17 years old, first flight November 2006. I'm also hearing a turboprop flying overhead, but I'm unable to see anything. There's also a 737 coming this way, but it passes by the entrance we're standing in line next to, so it's going to the threshold. morning, Ger. Danzelli, goedemorgen, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. More Peters. Alan, morning mate, tuning in from Memphis, you're up early. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. This is a KLM 737-800 outbound London Heathrow, KLM flight 1009. The airplane is 23 years old, the first flight April 2000. And indeed, Jerry, Viagra windsock. Oh. Crow crew also present. We have coots in the grass. The ducks were in the water, but I don't see them right now. Big picture wise, still very thin bit of sunshine, and we have United Flight 21 outbound Houston coming this way. 777-200 ER, 23 years old, also hailing from the year 2000. This one began flying in April of the year. Now, meanwhile, if you have been liking what you've been seeing so far and you haven't done so already, be sure to drop a like, help spread this content to more aviation fans such as yourselves more easily. Really helps. Afrodite, goedemorgen. Marijn, goedemorgen. Mark, good morning. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to the show. You can see the airplanes are crabbing out as they're trying to follow the direction of the runway, the heading. Big picture wise, this is what it currently looks like to the north. Overcast, but not very threatening. It is a bit more cloudy than it was before. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the east. Looking to the southeast. Definitely more dark clouds up ahead. It is slowly but surely getting a bit more dark over here. Makes me wonder what the weather is going to do. So far I found that KNMI, the Dutch Met Office, has the most reliable radar has had the most reliable radar checking last weekend. Let's have a quick update. Let's update the METAR, the weather, the wind. 16 knot wind, 040 degrees. Northwestern wind, 16 knots, 404. We have 10 plus kilometers of visibility below the ceiling. The ceiling is still at 1300 feet. We have broken clouds. We also have an air temperature of 6 degrees Celsius. That is roughly 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Combined with wind, it feels rather chilly. Happy that I pulled up my ski pants to put under my rain pants to keep the legs a bit warm. The website of air traffic control still indicating parallel departures to the north. And let's have a look at the KNMI website. Their radar, what does it indicate? It does indicate that things are getting a bit closer by. We are approximately over here. If it is getting wet here, it's going to be very slowly and very gradually, and it's not going to be very substantially all of a sudden in massive rain showers, but you can definitely see more dark skies up ahead. Also more planes coming this way. Let me quickly paste the latest METAR into the ticker. There we go. Quickly put my heated gloves back on because Lord knows I need them today. So how long I will be able to stream today remains to be seen. It's definitely getting a bit more dark. Looking to the southeast, the rain is definitely getting closer by. Will it reach me? Time will tell. First up, this EasyJet A319 going to Bristol. 12 years old, first flight May 2011. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Zampo. Danny Rules, good morning. KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro, the 777-300 in the background, moving to the threshold. Rather impressive. Not sure if the camera can convey the colors that I'm seeing here in real life, but it looks almost dreamlike with more precipitation in the distance. And there's also an Emirates on the move by the looks of it. Yeah, Emirates triple. But first, 777-300ER, KLM flight 705, outbound Rio de Janeiro, 14-year-old airplane, first flight May 2009. Let's look and listen. so much for your kind words. Happy to oblige. Glad you're liking what you're seeing. Hope that goes for everybody, of course. Right, we have another rental from ETF flying for Transavia going to Napoli, Naples. 737-800 flying as Transavia flight 6411. This airplane is 23 years old and had its first flight in January 2001. And that Emirates triple is coming this way, outbound Dubai, flight 146. Taxiing in its wake is BA429 going to London Heathrow and A319. And Drew, you're absolutely right. The prevailing wind in the Netherlands is from the southwest most of the time. And that means that this runway normally gets used for landings in that case. This time around we have wind blowing from the northeast. Hence, departures take place to the north. Right, now, center runway being used for arrivals. Let me update that in a moment. I see the arrival of ducks. There are two more gradually yeah, splashing down. So we have one duck over here and a couple more, I think. Or are they coots? I think they are ducks over there. Who knows? Maybe they will come this way. The other day they were also swimming against the wind. And that is something else then. Oh no. Thought maybe it was one of the kestrels, the predator birds, also frequenting Schiphol. Seems that the Speedbird to London Heathrow is going to precede the Emirates to Dubai. BA flight 429. Adi Roy, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. So Speedbird flight 429 outbound London Heathrow A319. "22 years old, first flight March 2001. Right, up next, Emirates flight 146 777-300 ER outbound Dubai. And parallel landings take place. Let me see if I can update the ticker in terms of runway usage once the two airplanes that are standing here have taken off. This triple is 8 years old, first flight January 2016. risk of getting wobbly footage that is pixelated, use a little bit of additional zoom, digital zoom for the gear retraction. Contrast between more open skies to the northwest and the darker rainy clouds looking to the southeast. Stark contrast. And we have Vueling flight 8301 outbound Barcelona up next. A320, 16 years old, first flight July 2007. Also a massive big thank you to Alexander for just becoming a member, the latest member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Welcome to the show, mates. Welcome to the club. Hope the seats are to your liking. If they're not, do let me know. Let me see if I can do something about it then. Thank you so much and welcome once again, Alexander. Just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy, this is pulled around runway 36 left. We have a lot of wind today, blowing from the northeast. The chimney smoke is blowing directly towards us. Departures take place to the north, pulled around at the moment, the only runway being used for departures. There's a 777 coming. That is going to take off to Willemstad, Curaçao, KLM flight 735. Gives me a few moments to update the ticker because in the ticker it still says parallel arrivals and that is outdated information. 36 left, one runway being used for departures and 36C now added to the runways for arrivals. This is KLM flight 735 outbound Willemstad, Curaçao, 777-300 ER. She is 6 years old. Her first flight was in September of the year 2017. Crabbing out against the wind from the right. So there's an area of rain over the southeastern half of the country. It is getting a bit closer by. Will it reach us? Time will tell. Makes for interesting lighting. What's that? That's Air Europa. Is that going to go out? Is it going around the threshold? It is actually. With the center runway now being used for arrivals. All the departing airplanes have to go around it, and you can see the carousel. The SAS already went around the northern threshold of the center runway and is taxiing back south so that it can come this way. Air Europa is still on the upwind leg, so to speak, going to the north. Can we see more traffic doing the carousel around the threshold? I don't think we can, but let's see. Yeah, that's something Chinese. Oh, hey, that is a dream, an A350 going to Taipei that is coming this way. The preceding tail, is that Lufthansa? I think it is. Outbound Frankfurt by the looks of it. Looking on flight radar at what is coming. It's like a shark fin. Just this sticking out. Oh, Sarah also back in the chat. Good to see you, Sarah. Hope all is well. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome too. Air Europa also coming this way, you can see it. If you just tuned in and you're thinking, what the F is he doing? This is traffic coming this way, but having to go around the northern threshold of the center runway, which is now being used for arrivals. And that means that we can see the airplanes that are coming this way. This is the tail in the foreground of China Airlines Flight 74 outbound to Taipei, and A350-900 that is coming this way, believe it or not. Has just cleared the northern threshold and is now taxiing back south so that it can come this way. Further down the line they can make a right-hand turn and come this way. So this is basically the pipeline visualized of traffic coming this way. There's quite a lot of airplanes coming this way. Meanwhile, we also have an airplane ready to line up at the threshold of the Polderbaan. It is KLM Flight 879. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, outbound Bangalore. And in the background you can see airplanes approaching the center runway. It is the A340. The airplane that is so slow that it is the only airplane that also gets bird strikes from behind. Thank you, Jerry, for that one. Possible, I would also like to capture the last moments of the A340 before landing. Surinam Airways A340 returning from Paramaribo, Surinam, landing on the center runway. SAS Flight A222, A320 outbound Oslo. The airplane is 17 years old, the first flight July 2006. Well, looking to the northwest, relatively open. Definitely darker looking to the southeast. But it's all still to the southeast and not yet directly overhead, so I think we are probably going to be good here. Next up, El Al flight 840 outbound Tel Aviv 737-800, 21 years old. The first flight was in May 2002. It is El Al, but it is all white by the looks of it. Or nearly all white. Is that a cargo 737? It sure looks like it. So we already saw an MNG A321 being used for cargo. It seems that El Al also has this 737 used for cargo. Meanwhile, big jets are coming closer by. China Airlines, the A359, beautiful airplane. Behind it, Air Europa outbound to Madrid, a Dreamliner. Lovely picture of the next airplane on flight radar. Wonder where it was taken. KLM flight 1109. Today outbound to Stockholm. But have a look at the picture on flight radar. Beautifully timed. This airplane is 19 years old. The first flight was in April 2004. Next up, Lufthansa outbound Frankfurt. Flight 989. 99. Yeah, 99. Outbound Frankfurt A320, Lufthansa flight 989. The airplane 14 years old. The first flight was in November 2009. 999. Die Art, goedemorgen kerel. Turn around the camera and also replace one of the batteries of one of my heated gloves. This is China Airlines flight 74. It's an A350-900 outbound to Taipei in a few moments. This airplane is 6 years old already. The first flight of this airplane was in December 2017. already. Got things replaced. If you guys are liking what you're seeing so far and you haven't done so already, please drop a like and be sure to subscribe if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams. China Airlines Flight 74. Still very much crabbing its way out. Got a fierce northwesterly wind blowing here today. It doesn't deter the water birds though. The duckies over there chilling and relaxing. I would have thought they might have gotten out their surfboards and would surf away, but they apparently have other things that they prefer doing. This is Air Europa flight 1098 going to Madrid, a 7879 Dreamliner, 4 years old, the first flight May 2019. Mizam, good morning. A person on the internet, good morning. Tony, good morning. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Welcome to the show. Most of you will know by now that runway 0624, the Kaagbaan, is closed for major maintenance, at least until the second half of April, meaning in the meantime we have different runway usage. Different runway usage, which thus far has resulted in mostly the three north-south runways being used most of the time. So a combination of parallel arrivals and or departures, almost always in progress, unless we have really easterly or westerly winds. Then runway 2709 also gets used, does sometimes get used, but most of the time it is the 1836 runways today with wind blowing from the north. Departures take place to the north. This is the primary runway for departures. Center runway is switching between secondary for departures and arrivals. This is Delta Airlines Flight 73 going to Atlanta, Georgia. Obviously this is an Airbus A330-300, 17 years old, the first flight was in October 2006. She's off the ground and the landing gear seems to be retracting. Which wasn't always the case when Delta A330s were supposed to take off from Schiphol Airport over the last year. I haven't seen any rejected takeoffs or landing gear failures or issues with the landing gear in recent weeks, months. Then again, most of the time this runway was used for arrivals. And another big bird line up over there, and that is KLM flight 791 going to Sao Paulo. The airplane 11 years old, first flight June 2012. And Mrs. Professor is congratulating me on the 15k subscribers. Thank you so much. I didn't realize we crossed that bridge. We were like 30 or so away from it, so was to be expected. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for supporting the channel. I mean, it's you guys who brought the counter to 15k. But we've only just begun, as far as I'm concerned. But a great feat, and a big thank you to each and every one of you. Tony asks, alles goed? Everything good? Well, my voice may seem to indicate differently, but I am feeling perfectly fine. Bit chilly, but that is to be expected. It's just that I still have a hoarse voice, remnant of a very persisting cold infection. Well, the infection itself was not very persistent, but the aftermath is. Alright, back to the smaller jets for the time being. This is EasyJet flight 22514, outbound London Luton. It is an A320. She's 8 years old. It's the GZOX. The GEZOX. 8 years old, first flight October 2015. Man, it is windy. I already oriented my table a little bit differently. My laptop tent is taking a beating here. Climbing like a pocket rocket. Even the A320 reminiscing the king of climb, the Embraers, but nothing is going to beat them. They climb the fastest on days like today. And another EasyJet is taxiing to the threshold, ready to take off at a moment's notice. Gives me a short break to go back to the laptop. Scroll up. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Alvin, thank you so much for your super sticker, mate. Totally unnecessary, but much appreciated nonetheless. Character holding their head in their hands, saying incredible. Well, thank you so much for that, Alvin. And thank you all so much for the congratulations on the 15k. A nice milestone indeed, Anya, but it is all thanks to you guys for subscribing to the channel. And also, Lena, thank you so much for 4 months of membership. Let's not forget, we're here for the planes. A320neo. EasyJet flight 27927 outbound to Prague in the Czech Republic. A 1-year-old airplane. Turned 1 last December. And Lena, thank you so much again for your continued support as a member, and I will keep up the good work as much as I can. And cheers, Alvin. Happy that you're stoked. I'm stoked too. It is... looks like a brand new airplane. Oh yeah, that's because it is the MAX 9 from Corendon. I thought it looked shiny, but this is the latest edition, I think. It's going to Antalya. The MAX 9, brand new, the PHCDQ. The doors all seem to be in place. Hopefully it's going to stay that way. Now, Captain Jerry also celebrating something today, 10 months of membership. He writes, I remember 300 members. Jerome, thank you so much for your continued support. One of the first members and one of the most loyal viewers, I think, of all. Thank you so much for your continued support, mate. Happy to have you in the chat always, and I hope it's going to stay that way. If not as a member, then at least as a frequent visitor. Thank you so much for that support, and hope you're still enjoying what you're seeing, Jerry. If you don't, do let me know. Let me see if I can fix something. Goes for everybody. And also Mizam, thank you so much for your support. 4 months of membership. And Mizam writes, congrats, 15k subs, boy. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Thank you so much for your continued support as well, Mizam. And like everybody else, if there's something not to your liking, do let me know. Let me see if I can improve the channel. If you guys see room for improvement. Still the dichotomy between the northwest, where things look a bit open, albeit windy. It's not a time lapse where the clouds are sped up. This is just real time. It looked darker nearby in the beginning. Now it doesn't. I do see an airplane relatively close by. Wonder what is up with it. So, pinching out, not able to see it. Interesting. Pinching out further. No, that's not the Embraer arrival from Glasgow. That should be behind me somewhere. Ah, okay, yeah. So that is inbound traffic, in fact. Even though I don't... Well, was that the EasyJet then? Don't know. We can see inbound traffic approaching. Wait a minute. Where... The sky all looks the same right now. Is it now immediately in front of a cloud? No, yeah. It is actually. So this is an Embraer 190 arriving from Glasgow, if I'm not mistaken. It sure looks like one of the German Airways Embraers. KLM flight 1472. I think that is. Thin air will be vanishing into thin air shortly. Coming this way. Gives me time to highlight more messages. Alvin, also 9 months of membership already. He writes, don't want to be left out of this party. Well, you're definitely included, mate. You're always included in the party. Thank you so much for your continued support as well, mate, and everything that you've been doing since you've been a moderator. Thank you so much, Alvin and Jerry. Thank you once again for gifting 10 memberships just now. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to Jerry. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Thank you so much once again, Jerry. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. We have airplanes coming this way. Finnair leading the pack, but more is coming. Embraer 175 outbound to Toulouse, which is a destination I don't prefer going to. I like to go to Tuwin instead. Finnair continuing to the runway threshold. Gives us some more time to have a look at what is coming. I'm also feeling that now my other heated glove has given out. Quickly replace another battery then. You can see that the Embraer is also going to the threshold instead of the entrance to the runway where we are standing in line with. I see that there's a 777 also coming this way. Going to Paramaribo. JetBlue also on the move, coming this way by the looks of it. The A321neo outbound Boston, Massachusetts. Alrighty, meanwhile, got a new battery in the heated glove, got K4 patrolling, passing by, and we've got Finnair lined up, ready to go. Finnair flight 1302 outbound Helsinki, A321 regular, 20 years old already, first flight April 2003. And you can see how the bird controller is having a front row seat over there. And who can blame him for parking there and keeping everything safe. KLM flight 1303 outbound Toulouse up next, Embraer 175. Quick thank you to Roy for also gifting 5 memberships just now. Thank you so much, Roy, for your continued support, not only as a member yourself but also as a gifter of memberships. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to thank Roy for your membership. Once again, thank you so much, Roy, for the gifted memberships and your continued support all along. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 5 new members. KLM flight 1303 outbound to Toulouse. And just look at how quickly these Embraers can climb. Right, it's once again getting a bit more busy. At the moment, 1 airplane lined up, but more are underway. JetBlue triple A319 EasyJet outbound Napoli, Naples up first. And it seems that both the JetBlue and the KLM triple are moving to the runway threshold. So the first next airplane is going to be the JetBlue A321 Neo outbound Boston flight 632. Giving me another moment to go back to the laptop. Gifted memberships galore today. Thank you guys all so much for that. Really amazing. The latest 10 AMS live members, courtesy of Han, who just now gifted 10 bleeping memberships. Thank you so much for that, Han, and for all the support all along. Also one of the longest members, together with Roy and Jerry and Evan and Rick. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you are one of the recipients of Han's 10 memberships, gifted memberships, don't forget to say dankjewel, Han. Han, thank you so much once again for everything. Not only this, but all the support all along. This is JetBlue flight 32, A321 Neo outbound Boston, Massachusetts. Outbound Boston, Massachusetts. The airplane is 2 years old. The first flight of this airplane was already in August of the year 2021. Now, let's quickly turn back. There is a 777 lined up behind us, going to Paramaribo in Surinam. KLM flight 713. It's a 777-200 ER, 17 years old. The first flight, April 2006. Well, Roy, a lot of gifted memberships indeed, but memberships and subscriptions are two different things. I'm not sure if I will reach that 16k that quickly. This channel for some reason seems to be a slow climber in subscribers. Then again, more views than subscribers, so I'm not complaining, but subscribing doesn't necessarily equate members or vice versa. But I'm sure hoping that momentum will pick up again. Would be nice. Then again, patience is a virtue. No need to apologize, Roy. But there is a difference between memberships and subscribers. Thought I should mention it, but it doesn't matter. More is better for both. Now, it also seems that in the meantime it has gotten busy at the Spottersplatz itself. The parking place here visible from another angle. And a beautiful portaloos being used, in fact. No French fry vans or ice cream trucks visible just yet. There is another airplane lined up, ready to go at Polderbaan. Lufthansa. Let's see, this one is going to Munich, flight 2303, A319, 12 years old. The first flight was in August 2011. In the meantime, a warm welcome to all viewers who might have joined later. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, today used for departures to the north as runway 36 left. At the moment, this is once again the only runway being used for for departures, with the other runways being used for arrivals. Looks a bit grim further south and further southeast. That's because there's an area of rain over the southern half of the country. Thus far the rain has stayed south of us and we have stayed dry. It doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon, luckily. Most of you will probably hear that there is a lot of wind blowing right now. We have wind blowing from the northeast. And thus far it has been 16 to 20 knots all along. Earlier in the morning with gusts up to 27 knots. We can even see a bit better up ahead. This is one of the departing airplanes that we saw earlier, the 777 to Paramaribo, in fact. Let's go ballistic with the digital zoom. This is 400 times, that is overkill. Things look a bit pixelated. There you go, visibility is relatively okay, at least looking to the more bright northwest. In the meantime, another airplane has lined up on the threshold of our runway in the Star Alliance livery, no less. It is Croatia Airlines flight 451, outbound Zagreb. In the meantime, Ton, thank you so much. I received notification from PayPal of a very generous donation by you just now. Thank you so much for that. I hope you are still around to hear me thanking you. Don't have a message to highlight, but a substantial donation from Photo for You or Ton just now. Thank you so much, Ton. Gear up, question mark. There we go. Right, pipeline, what does it look like? At the moment, the next airplane, most likely going to be this A330neo from Delta. But there's more coming this way. Have a look. We have an SAS neo. Another triple. That's a Dreamliner and another A330. What's that? It also has something on the front of the fuselage. It is an A330-300. Now, more airplanes to Boston, Massachusetts. This is Delta Airlines flight 243, A330neo. I'm getting more PayPal notifications. Alexander, thank you so much. Another generous donation through PayPal. Alexander Obliers, thank you so much for that. Very much appreciated. Not a message that I can highlight in the chat, unfortunately. I hope you're hearing me say thanks. Thank you so much. I did receive the notification of your donation. Thank you so much for that. Let me quickly turn around the camera. And let me also quickly go back to the computer. And highlight this message. Tiger, thank you so much. More memberships gifted. 5 memberships gifted by Tiger just now. Thank you so much. That was totally not necessary. You're doing more than enough as it is already as a valued moderator and as a valued member. Thank you so much for your for those memberships and for all the support and everything you've been doing as a moderator. And if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships of Tiger, don't forget to say Dankeschön to Tiger for 5 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those new members, be sure to use the custom emojis at your disposal now, whenever you see fit. Oh shit. Stupid gloves make me press on something I didn't want to press. Now I have a photo of an airplane that I did not want the information of. Okay, back. Well, the SAS information you'll have to do without, unfortunately. That's okay. Big birds are underway. This is KLM flight 743 going to Lima in Peru. 777-200. The airplane 19 years old. First flight January 2005. And we've got more big birds over here. So again, this is a 777-200ER outbound to Lima in Peru, KLM flight 743. The airplane 19 years old already. The first flight was in January 2005. If you just joined us, welcome to the show. You're watching Airlines Live with me, Boy. This is Polderbaan, runway 36 left. We have wind blowing from the northeast, which is why you see the airplanes crabbing out. The wind is quite substantial. 16 to 20 knots all along. The chimney smoke is blowing directly towards us. There's an area of rain over the southeastern half of the country, which is why when I turn the camera to the southeast you will see darker skies up ahead. And lined up right now is United Airlines flight 908. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner outbound to Chicago O'Hare. Obviously a big bird, a 787-10 Dreamliner. This particular one is 4 years old already, began flying in April of the year 2019, almost turning 5. butt shot of sorts. K4 no longer, hey, using an old-fashioned telescope-like pair of binoculars, it looks like. Interesting to see. Didn't think they would use something like that. Right, so this is the Delta with the marking on the front. Let's have a look. Outbound to New York, JFK, Delta Airlines, flight 49. It's an A330-300. 20 years old already. The first flight was in June 2003. The gear is retracting. It said something like cerium or something. Not sure what it is. Nothing is mentioned on flight radar about it being a special livery or any stickers on it or something. Righty, it seems that parallel departures are now in progress, with center now also being used again. This is MNG A321, a cargo Airbus A321 going back to Istanbul. And Thea asks if I can do a close-up of her son's departure. Which runway will he be departing from? Where is he going to go to? Because as you can see, parallel departures are now in progress, unfortunately. Now, if you are parked on the bridge in front of where emergency vehicles need to enter the premises in case of emergency and the police comes, you do risk getting a hefty fine. I think the man and his son got a warning. This is KLM flight 1445, Embraer 190, outbound Aberdeen. Year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. Now, with parallel departures in progress, traffic to the Polderbaan is slowing down just a little bit. And it also says that there is Surinam A340 along the runway. Just checking if I can see something. That is the military, or no, that's a dummy used by the firefighters to practice on. Ah, there it is. So the A340, I think, has been standing there for a while now. Not sure if something is wrong over there. If anybody knows anything about it, do let us know. Also, a very big thank you to John for gifting yet another 5 memberships just now. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to John. John, thank you so much for those gifted memberships. You guys are the best. This is an amazing day in that respect. Thank you all so much. Michael also back in the chat, I see. Good to see you, mate. And indeed, Surinam has been standing there for ages. And indeed, Jerry, the A380, the A340 is going as fast as it can. Speedbird City Flyer, DA City Flyer, outbound to London City, Embraer 190, flight 8452. 12 years old, first flight January 2012. Too bad that there is reflection, otherwise we might have been able to say hi. Can we still see them? Let me commence with a wave. Come on, mates. I waved a couple of times now. Now it's your turn to initiate the wave. Alrighty. Took a little while for the captain to see. But he did wave in the end. Oh, it was the departure of Teason already. Oh, that was, yeah. So that was a departure also from the center runway. Bird controller is now on the tarmac of the Polderbaan doing an inspection, so no traffic to Polderbaan is going to follow as long as the inspection is in progress. Means we'll have to make do with what is taking off from center right now. Tarom up next, outbound to Bucharest, 737-800. And a 787-10 Dreamliner to Panama City is also, no, it is already taxiing around the threshold, the southern threshold, so that is coming our way. I think, no, I was about to say I think the A340 is preventing airplanes to taxi around the northern threshold of center to Polderbaan, but that's not the case. It's on the inner taxiway by the looks of it. So still the discrepancy between the brighter northwest and the darker land inward southeast. Seems that we are still in the clear over here. Evan also got a notification from PayPal of a donation from you. Thank you so much, Evan. next airplane to come this way is KLM flight 757 by the looks of it. Has just cleared the southern threshold. 787-10 Dreamliner coming this way. It is followed by the A321 by Play outbound to Reykjavik. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure that the Play custom emoji is not too far away from you. Parking lot of the Spottersplatz. And some of the seagulls also doing a little bit of flying over there. Bird controller in the meantime all the way over there, the far end to the north. That's the A9 highway that you see in the background. Seems that it isn't as busy anymore as it was before. Over at the Spottersplatz parking lot. The Dreamliner coming this way. We cannot see, it's probably behind what is visible over here. Should be coming relatively soon. Looks like another bird control vehicle is parked over there. Right, KLM flight 757 will appear pretty soon from the left. And apparently Menno asks about the maintenance that they are doing on Cargolux. If you have a look on the website Bezoekbus, they have a lot of information about it. Let me show you. So Bezoekbus. And it has a notification from January 17th, major maintenance, runway 0624. What are they going to do? Replace the asphalt of the touchdown zone, replace parts of the threshold of the concrete of the runway, replace asphalt of the surface roads, new lighting systems, all kinds of stuff. Bezoekbus.nl is the website where you can find all this information. Meanwhile, KLM flight 757 is approaching outbound Panama City. Not too far behind it is the Play A321neo going back to Reykjavik. And Curry Jesus says, oh, today no Polderbaan. This is the Polderbaan. So yes, definitely still the Polderbaan. Now, where is it? There it is. The Play A321neo. More airplanes are on the move though. This is KLM flight 757 outbound Panama City. 787-10 Dreamliner, the BKM. Brand new airplane, meaning less than a year old. The first flight of this airplane was in May 2023. So basically still a baby, a big baby, mind you. Now, since the Play A321neo is still so far behind it, I don't think that the Neo is going to precede this Dreamliner. Airplane going to 136 right, you saw in the background. Curry Jesus, I'm still on the same river, quote unquote, just more to the south. So normally speaking, I would stand over there where the cycling path begins in the distance behind the bridge. But since the runway is now being used in opposite direction, I'm standing on the opposite side of the same runway. Right, gear up. Now unfortunately ITA already took off from center just now, the first of the ITAs, and already entering into the clouds. From bright or dark blue, I should say, to bright red, here is the Play A321neo. It is going to the runway threshold. Gives me a little time to go back to the laptop. I say thank you to Jerry for your super chat. Northern Gannet is the name of the seabird. Well, thank you so much for letting us know that. I didn't know. I'm not a bird expert by any means. Northern Gannet. What does that translate to in Dutch, I wonder? Martin Air, good afternoon to you too, mate. Just in time for the Play A321neo back to Reykjavik, flight 461. The airplane is 6 years old already. First flight was in January 2018. Parallel departures now in progress once again. I think I need to update the ticker once again. Well, again, if you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're at the Polderbaan, which is today being used as runway 36 left for departures. Parallel departures in progress. Center runway also being used right now. And the Netherlands today not only encountering wind from the northwest and northeast, and not a little bit, but also an area of rain over the southern half of the country. So looking to the north and to the northwest, most of all, it looks bright Turning around the camera to the east and more to the southeast, you can see the rain is not too far away from here. Darker clouds up ahead. So far we've managed to stay dry here, and I think we're going to stay good at least until the end of the stream. This is an EasyJet A319 flight 27985 outbound South End. 15 years old, first flight, December 2008. Meanwhile, big birds take off from center. Coming this way, Ryanair. Outbound Dublin, flight 421. Going to the runway threshold, foregoing the entrance we are standing in line with. Got more up ahead. KLM 737-800 outbound to Bergen, and another airplane to Dublin, but from KLM is also coming this way over there. Howdy Max, goedemorgen. I have it afternoon already over here. Misam has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Misam. Glad you liked what you saw. I hope to see you on the next one. If you are liking what you see and you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop a like. It really helps to spread this content to other aviation enthusiasts such as yourselves. And Patty, thank you. Northern Gannet is Jan van Gent. Sounds like a regular guy, Jan van Gent, but it is an actual bird. Alrighty. .737 time. It is KLM flight 1185. Up next, outbound Bergen. 16 years old. This one. First flight was in December 2007. Thank you so much for the congrats, Roadhog, and thank you for your continued support as a member. 5 months of membership and 15k subscribers. And mods, thank you indeed. Wise words by Roadhog. Thank you guys as well for keeping the chat friendly and accessible for all viewers all the time. KLM flight 1185. In a hurry, driving the other way. Relatively open skies to the north. Viagra still very much in the air. The windsock indicating that. Right, time for the KLM 737 in the previous standard livery. You can see the straight line from front to back. The border between the white bottom and the blue top. K4 now in the background, looking like a toy, dinky toy. This is KLM flight 935, outbound Dublin, Ireland. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight of this airplane was in January of the year 2008. Crabbing out, wind from the right. After the Surinam disappeared from flight radar, let's see, where was it? More. I think it was over here somewhere initially, wasn't it? A bit more to the left, I think. Was it further to the left? Surely not. That sneaky bastard got away. Yeah, don't see it anymore. Do see an Embraer 175 climbing like a mofo outbound to Dresden. Surprised it hasn't been in the clouds yet. Hasn't gone into the clouds yet. Alrighty, now let's see. We do have a TUI Dreamliner on its way over here. Just cleared the southern threshold of the center runway. And thank you so much, Michael, for your congratulations. An achievement to be proud of. And the beginning of more to come. As far as I'm concerned, we've only just begun. Now, let's see. Don't see a lot of airplanes on the platform right now for outbound. For a while now, a Dreamliner from United outbound to Washington has been standing there. Don't know what is up with it. Let's see. KLM triples to Delhi and to Nairobi are active, but I'm not sure with current runway usage if we are going to see them up close. Hey, salut Jean-Yves, good to see you, mon ami. Hope all is well. Halil, thank you so much for your congratulations as well. Afrodita asks if the wind is picking up. I do get the impression now that you've mentioned it. Let's have a quick look at the METAR first of all. Do a refresh. Again, right, 19 knot wind, so it has been picking up a little bit. Wind speed in the graph picking up. Earlier in the morning it was 17, but with gusts to 27. No more gusts in the recent METARs, but wind is definitely increasing. Still very much from the northwest. Visibility below the ceiling is 10 kilometers or more. Oh, we don't have a ceiling anymore, that's good. We have scattered clouds at 1600 feet, few clouds at 1400 feet. It is still 6 degrees Celsius, so refrigerator temperature with the wind combined, very cold. Happy that my heated gloves are still working. I think the stream is going to be over relatively quickly as soon as those batteries run out, because then I don't have any more spares lying around. Runway usage, apparently now this is the only runway being used for departures, and parallel arrivals in progress. A refresh of the radar of the Dutch Met Office indicates that although the rain is close by, it doesn't really seem to be getting that much closer by, which is good news. The TUI Dreamliner in the meantime has arrived. It's coming our way, gives me a few more moments to update the ticker. First of all with the METAR, and second of all, oh no, arrivals was already, the runway usage was already up to date. Right, quickly put back on my gloves. Makes such a difference. My hands turn stiff and freezing cold within minutes without those gloves. Alrighty. Hey, there is a 777 outbound to Dubai that is also active on flight radar. Yeah, and indeed, still Air France is taking off from center. You're right, Aphrodite. Makes you wonder what is going on with the website of air traffic control. Not good news, because then those heavies with destinations lying to the east of the Netherlands are going to take off from center maybe. Right, TUI flight 511 making its way over to the threshold of the runway. Destination Montego Bay. It's a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 9 years old already. The PHTFL. First flight of this airplane was in November 2014. More ITAs. Let's call bullshit on what the Dutch LVNL website is saying in terms of runway usage. Parallel departures still very much in progress, practically speaking. LVNL is not accurate, you're damn right. And don't worry, Anya, I'm not getting sick. These are the remnants of an infection I had, a cold infection 2 weeks ago. Here we go, to Montego Bay. Low RPM sounds very derated. Alrighty, gear up. Alrighty. Now, where are those duckies that we saw earlier? I think they're still there. No, those are the coots. They've morphed into coots, the ducks. Is that one of the ducks? No, that also looks like a coot. We've lost the ducks. We've got coots instead. Are there still duckies on that side? They've all turned into coots. What the F? Roy has to do some housekeeping. Thank you for joining, Roy. Hope you enjoyed it. And I hope to see you on the next one then. Now also another massive big thank you to Jerry for gifting 5 more memberships just now. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to Jerry. Jerry, thank you so much. You have gone above and beyond today. It's more than enough, I should think. But thank you so much. 5 new AMS members courtesy of Jerry. Feel free to use the custom emojis now at your disposal whenever you see fit. Right. Iberia Express, A321 Neo and A320 Neo lining up over here at Polderbaan, outbound Edinburgh. The OELSN, the Austrian registered, Alpine on the radio, 1-year-old airplane, first flight October 2022. Martijn, thank you for the kind words. Super stream again. Glad you're liking it. Hope everybody is. Michael Ray, also thank you for your kind words. I love this feed, boy. Thank you, he writes. So nice to hear that you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. I do my best and I hope it shows. Now, how much longer I'm going to stream for today, I don't know. It is calming down a bit over here in terms of traffic to the runway we are standing next to. Also not sure how much longer my gloves are going to stay warm and heated. For now I see a triplet of airplanes coming this way, and I'm happy to say that the 777 to Delhi is also coming this way. Seems that the Dreamliner to Washington from United is also coming this way. So looks like a grand finale is in the making. Now thank you for your kind words, Yvonne, who says thank you, dear boy, for your streams and coziness. And Anya, also a big thank you for your continued support, celebrating 5 months of membership. Always enjoying this great stream. Thank you, boy, she writes. Thank you for your kind words, and I am glad to hear that you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop a like helps spread this content to more aviation enthusiasts such as yourselves more easily. It really helps. Jerry is signing off. Thank you so much for joining us here, Jerry. Thank you for all the gifted memberships, the super chats, and the gezelligheid, as we say in Dutch. Be safe. See you on the next one, mate. Now, before it's getting busy, let me blow my nose because I am sounding a bit full. Should be better. Ready. Now. E2 Embraer 195. Taking off. Whale noises. There they are. And we see the 1700 E-Jet sticker on this side. Okay, then flight 1129 outbound Copenhagen. And aren't they quiet? This particular airplane, a year old, first flight was in September 2022. Lance also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. We're waiting for the next airplane to arrive at the threshold. Gives me a moment to go back to the laptop. To highlight the fact that Alvin also just now gifted 5 more memberships. A lot of new members today. Thank you so much for that, Alvin. Totally unnecessary. I am repeating myself, but you're doing more than enough as it is as a moderator already. But thank you so much and welcome to the Aurora Skylines, those 5 new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Alvin if you are one of the recipients of the memberships. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, the Aurora Sky Lounge. This is Air Arabia Morocco outbound to Tangier in Morocco, A320. A320, 12 years old, first flight September 2011. Now, Netherlands, land of contrast. Today, the southern half, the southeast, under an area of rain. The north, mostly dry, and as you guys can see, a rather open weather type directly to the north and to the northwest. Turn the camera back to the south and you see more darkness in the background. Luckily not close by. Flight 871 outbound to India to Delhi. It's 777-300ER. 3 years old, first flight January 2021. time to waste. We've got another heavy lined up already. United Airlines Flight 947 outbound Washington Dulles Airport. It is a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 11 years old. Airplane is 11 years old. The first flight was in October 2012. You can still see the preceding airplane. That is now turning to the east. There you go, combo shot. Inverted glide slope shot, if you will. Little light snack in between a narrow body. A few moments to spare to go back to the laptop to say a big thank you to John, who once again gifted 5 more memberships. Already a couple of 5 membership batches by John today and lately, so thank you so much. You've gone above and beyond already today. Thanks for the support. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to John for your gifted membership. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members, all new members. Be sure to use the custom emojis, and it goes for everybody. They're there for a reason. Use them. Spam us to death with them, if you will. They're there for that reason. Hey, thanks Aphrodite. A380 lined up for Alsmeerbaan, second in line. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of it. Shouldn't be a problem. Embraer 175 outbound Zurich, KLM flight 1959. Right, I'm not seeing it just yet. Alsmeerbaan, right? So center. No shit, that's right. Right, let me have a look on flight radar myself. Right, that is right. Couldn't see anything just yet. For the time being, 777 outbound Nairobi, KLM flight 565. I see the airplane. Right, Emirates flight 147 going to the runway 36 right. Unfortunately, the furthest of the runways now in use. Flying apartment building with wings. I think that is the last that we are going to see of the A380 today. Meanwhile, lined up, ready to go is an A321neo from Aegean outbound to Athens. Flight 3625, 2 years old, first flight February 2022. Hey there Blackburst, good afternoon, good to see you again mate. Hope all is well. Let's see. We have Air Canada coming this way. Flight 809 back to Toronto. Several other airplanes are also on the move, including a triple to Dubai from Emirates. Taxiing along the runway to the north, have to go around the threshold first. In the meantime, an Embraer 190 to Edinburgh is also taking off here. Well, relatively open weather type over here. Does look like there's something on my lens. Let's see. Is that a droplet? Dried up droplet. Maybe from earlier in the morning. I'll fix that with my lens pen once I get home. Not going to risk scratching anything. Air Canada Flight 809 outbound Toronto, Canada. Approaching the runway threshold, a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 9 years old already. The first flight of this airplane was in August 2014. And that's what I hate about image stabilizer. It keeps going back and forth, jumpy a little bit. Then again, we already established earlier, disabling image stabilizer is not an option with the wind blowing today. Here we go, Air Canada. maple leaf on the tail of the airplane, reminding me of maple syrup I still have in my fridge. Maybe it's time to make some pancakes later today or later in the week. Lord knows that with this weather it does sound tempting. Right, our daily dose of KLM Embraers. For those of you who were going through withdrawals, fear no more. First one, going to the threshold. Let's see, to Embraer 175s, Gdansk, Cork. Oh, and if you look at Flight Radar, you can see an entire slew of airplanes going around on their way to the northern threshold of the center runway to come back to us, including several heavies. An A350 from Turkish, don't see that very often. 777 from Emirates to Dubai. I think when this squad of airplanes has taken off, it is also time for me to wrap up for today. Not sure how much longer my gloves are going to stay warm. Also starting to get a bit hungry. But first, let's go through the pipeline of airplanes that are here and coming towards us. KLM Flight 1919. Going to Gdansk in Poland. Oh, still have my tilt lock on. Apologies for that. Had my tilt axis locked so that the wind wouldn't blow the camera up. But when you start filming again, it's always wise to unlock your tripod. Word to the wise. Now, K4 has been replaced by K3. Like a true stoic. Oh no, he was watching. Hey, you're not allowed to watch. That's illegal to watch through your binoculars while operating a vehicle. And that was what he was doing. Caught on tape. The guy was using his binoculars to see up ahead. Totally missed me waving to him. Embraer 175 outbound to Cork. Let's have a look at the pipeline. Already we can see the triple from Emirates having turned around the northern threshold. The northern threshold approximately here, I think. The next airplane behind it. KLM. We also saw a vehicle with an open door. Or at least at first glance it looks like an open door. Probably isn't. There's the Emirates. And that's an airplane that still has to go around the threshold. Oh man, looking on Flight Radar, it is getting busy again. Bring it on, I say. The Turkish A350 up first. Great, many number of airplanes now on their way over here. Elias, good afternoon. Mabube, good afternoon. Pete Peter, goedemiddag, good afternoon. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime. Michael, I'm assuming you say Michael. Volman, hello zusammen. Also, herzlich willkommen. Now, I don't recall having seen the Turkish A350 here before. If I have seen it before, if they were on one of the streams before, I must be getting old and forgetful. Triple from Emirates, also coming this way. And plenty more airplanes behind it. Vinny says, I'm starting to get hungry from this chat. I'm gonna make me some food. That's a good idea, Vinny. You do that. Truth be told, I'm starting to get a little hungry myself as well. Also a little bit cold. It has to be said, when you're standing in outside temperatures equal to a refrigerator with constant wind bashing in your face, tends to do something with your temperature. Luckily, well wrapped in a thick parka and my ski trousers below my rain trousers, so not getting very cold, but after 3.5 hours in this weather, just a little bit. Jenny says, I saw one land yesterday afternoon, so apparently now A330s not coming to Amsterdam, A350s instead. I say, keep doing that, I like it. Love the airplane. First up, KLM flight 1575, outbound Athens, 737-800, 9 years old. Turn and burn, rolling start. Thank you for the kind words. Frank, goedemiddag. Right. Turkish A350 900, flight 1952, outbound Istanbul. The airplane 1 year old, first flight June 2022. Love the airplane. I think it's the channel premiere for the A350 from Turkish, but I don't know for sure. Let's look and listen. Beautiful. Previous airplane in the background, also nice combo shot. An inverse glide slope shot, if you will. And you can see the wind, the crosswind, making the A350 crab out to stay on the runway heading. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting busy here. The pipeline visualized. This is what is coming, and this is what has already arrived. Now, is the triple going to be the first one to take off, or is it? We're getting assaulted by airplanes from two directions, and is that, what is that in the background? Okay. We have our answer. Emirates up next. Outbound Dubai. Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9916. Freighter, 11 years old, first flight November 2012. Puffs of brake dust. Meanwhile, the coots are chilling on land. Now, 737 over there, but the lights are off. 737 over here with the lights on. Airplane behind it already. Pipeline, Dreamliner, Embraer, Airbus, Boeing. Has the lights out, but I think this one will take off first, probably. Right, we have our answer. This one is going. KLM flight 1075, outbound Manchester 737-700. Airplane 14 years old. The first flight was in March 2009. Joe referring to Peking duck, but then Joe probably doesn't know yet that I'm a vegetarian and have been for several decades now. So no lunch for me, unfortunately. Next up, A319, outbound London Gatwick, EasyJet flight 28680. 17-year-old airplane, first flight December 2006. Special Norwegian, the Unicef edition in the background. However, in the foreground we have a 737 KLM flight 959 outbound now Newcastle. 737-800, 23 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in May 2000. Crabbing out. Right, we have another Embraer 175 over here. And we have an Embraer over there. I think this one is going to go first. Helvetic Airways outbound Zurich. Embraer E2 Embraer 190. Outbound Inverness, KLM flight 929, Embraer 175, 6 years old, first flight January 2018. Look at the climb rate. These Embraers today have been climbing like mofos. Like no other airplane type I've seen today. Looks like a Big Bird is going to be next. lined up at the threshold. Outbound Austin, Texas, KLM flight 667. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, 7 years old, first flight August 2016. Right, Austrian, ready to go over here. More in the pipeline. This is all coming towards us to take off. Currently the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to, is the only runway being used for departures. And that means traffic jam. Special delivery, Unicef, Norwegian, E2 Embraer lined up, ready to go. KLM flight 1155 outbound Göteborg, E2 Embraer 195, 2 years old, first flight February 2022. And indeed, Aphrodite, as you can see over here in the sky, we're right on the edge of where more darker clouds are to the southeast and where it is brighter to the north and northwest. The southern half of the Netherlands today under an area of rain, and we are dodging bullets here today, although the rain is not far away. Right, KLM flight 1155 outbound Göteborg, E2 Embraer. Quiet as a mouse. Goods are also making a bit of a noise. I'm not sure if the mic can pick it up. I for sure am hearing it. Right, let's see what is going to happen next. I think, are there 3 airplanes now lined up? No, just 2. Second consecutive E2. Outbound Stavanger, KLM flight 1201. Airplane 1 year old, first flight January 2023. Hearing the Austrian coming this way. Austrian Airlines flight 380 outbound Vienna A320. This airplane, 16 years old, first flight October 2007. Peter, goedemiddag. Now, our Austrian friends are also climbing rapidly. And the batteries of my first heated glove have given out. The beginning of the end, but then again, that was to be expected. Let's see. Is that another A350? Cathay coming this way? Sure, why not? First up, Norwegian, special livery, Unicef special livery. Outbound Stockholm, 737-800. Right, what is going to be next? Looks like German Airways Embraer 190 flying for KLM. That's KLM flight 1885 outbound Nuremberg. The A350-1000 from Cathay Pacific in the background, on its way to the threshold, but not before this 737-800 from KLM is going to take off outbound Glasgow, KLM flight 1475. This airplane is 15 years old. The first flight was in May 2008. Now, time for another heavy. It is time for Delta Airlines flight 143. Airbus A330-300 outbound Seattle, Washington. The airplane is 17 years old. The first flight was in January 2007. The pipeline currently consisting of more heavies. Guys could only stand here next to me, you would feel the force of the rumble of those engines. It really is a visceral sensation in your belly. Gears retracting. No issues with the deltas today, which is good. More heavies damn it, and so it shall be outbound to Tokyo Narita. Well, Narita, not exactly Tokyo. I can speak from experience. It's still a long train ride to get into Tokyo itself from Narita. Flight 861. I was on this flight back in the day. 777-200 ER. 16 years old. First flight April 2007. She's already lined up. Cathay Pacific A350-1000 outbound Hong Kong. This airplane is 5 years old. First flight June 2018. If you're liking this grand finale and you have done so already, don't forget to drop another like into the pond of likes. It really helps to spread this content to more aviation fans such as yourselves. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell. Cathay Pacific Flight 270, ready to go at a moment's notice. 2 Embraers following it, and then another Dreamliner. Now this Dreamliner is going to be my last airplane of the day. I am going to wrap it up after that. Nice grand finale. Grabbing out crosswind from the northeast, and the wind is not slowing down just yet. Quite a windy day over here. Chicago is called the Windy City, but Amsterdam is definitely not far behind. Now we're seeing E2 Embraers all over the place. We've got one over here, and we've got one over there. Is that also an E2? No, it has winglets. That's a 190. Right, so the E2 that we are now looking at is KLM Flight 1929 outbound to Geneva. 1-year-old airplane, first flight, March 2022. Let's go. Well, is the gear retracting? Yeah, the gear is retracting. For a moment I thought it wasn't. Right, the E2 is still holding short. And for crying out loud, more heavies. Damn it. Well, if the A330 is immediately taking off after the Dreamliner already in the queue, then that is going to be the last airplane. But for crying out loud, make it stop. I want to grab lunch. First world problems. Here on AMS Live, you're the first to hear them. Right, the E2 to Birmingham, coming this way. Magnificent. I like those airplanes a lot. Looks a bit off with such big engines on such a narrow fuselage, but right, not too much wind. Well, noise. While I was playing with the zoom of my camera, I wasn't looking at the information about this flight. This is KLM flight 1425, outbound Birmingham, E2 Embraer 195, 2 years old, first flight November 2021. You could almost see the crumbles in the moustache of the pilot with the added digital zoom. Okay, there's another Dreamliner also following over here. That's going to be the last airplane. There's an E2 coming. Screw you, E2. Last triplet of airplanes. To begin with, KLM flight 677 outbound Calgary, Canada, 787-10 Dreamliner. This airplane is 4 years old, the 787-10. First flight was in October 2019. Alrighty, Delta A330 up next. Delta Airlines flight 75, outbound Atlanta, Georgia. The airplane is 7 years old. The first flight was in April 2016. They are always slow, the retracting gears of the A330, but on this particular one it looked super slow-mo. Right, last airplane of the day. TUI flight 365, outbound Willemstad, Curaçao, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, 9 years old, first flight January 2015. And it is going to be the last airplane of the day. So a big thank you to everyone who has joined me here today to watch this stream. Better weather for the Netherlands in the forecasts for the upcoming 2 weeks. More sunshine, less rain. Not sure if we're also going to see higher temperatures, but I sure hope so. And with TUI flight 365 365, now airborne. I am going to wrap it up. Thank you all so much for joining me here. Despite the weather conditions, the windiness, I had a blast and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Hope to see you on the next one. If you like what you saw but you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop another like. It really helps to spread the content to other aviation enthusiasts such as yourselves. Also, if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. Thank you so much for all the gifted memberships, everyone who gifted memberships. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to thank the donator. Thanks for everyone who became a member of their own volition without being gifted a membership. And also a big thank you for the super chats and super stickers and those people who purchased something from the merch store. Thank you all so much. Your support has brought AMS Live to more than 50k subscribers today. Also thank you for that. And thank you moderators for once again keeping the chat friendly and accessible. Hope to see you on the next one, hopefully on Thursday. And catch you on the next one. Be safe, have a great day, and see you all again soon. Bye for now.